Alright, I think we're good on the microphone now. Very good. Now let's see if we made an update to our documents for this sprint. So it looks like that is exactly what we're working on at this stage, is updating our architecture documents to describe the catalog layer, which includes a preset profile, the heuristics pipeline, Internet Archive music provider, result normalization, and how the catalog connects to Source Manager and Audio Manager. This sprint will be completed, or this task for the sprint will be completed when the doc's architecture markdown accurately reflects the implemented catalog layer with no contradictions. So let's go ahead and start working on that task. Since we're just doing a document update, I'm going to use Opus for this. Task 6 is complete. Simulison can now discover curated Internet Archive music, save tracks. The next step is going to be to update architecture markdown, harden provider enforcement, return a clear non-fatal provider not activated error, let's provide a prompt for Claude CLI to complete task 7. Perplexity is now providing me with a prompt to complete task 7, which is architecture document alignment. It preserves a completed task 6 behavior and explicitly avoids prematurely activating Internet Archive. The existing project log shows separate learning and music content loading plus restoration of saved music state, consistent with documenting the 2-stream playback boundary. So Cloud is going to provide us with the files that it changed, sections added or updated, the architectural decisions captured, validation commands run, and the results, any naming or implementation discrepancies found between this brief and the repository. So what is this prompt saying? What is this prompt saying from a high level executive? At a high level, the prompt asks Claude to act as a technical documentation owner, not as a feature developer. Claude will inspect the current implementation and update the architecture document so it is truthfully reflecting the music catalog work that was just completed. Alright. That looks good. Let's go ahead and prompt Claude. And I'm going to run a simulation. Alright, we're booting up the simulation now of Simulison, just to verify that its working state is just how we left it when we last worked on this project. I had to log back into my Claude account because I guess it warned me the other day that I had to re-log in. Okay, so content discovery, we'll go to music, we'll pick ambient preset. Weezer, the 8-bit album. Weightless, The Silent Ballet, Turner of Wheels, Clinical Jazz. We'll mess around with that. And let's see how this. So I noticed a couple things. I noticed a couple things going wrong with the behavior of the music audio player. It currently stores music from all categories in all of the individual categories listed under music, which currently is ambient, energetic, and hip-hop. We need to adjust the available options for the dual audio music player so that it shows these new music track. And every time that I select ambient or chill, only musics that fall under that category should be appearing. So when I go into energetic, when I go into ambient, the same tracks still appear. A couple of things need to change. We need to update the music selection options within the dual audio player such that the selections reflect our new music categories, and those new music categories include focus, ambient. Hey Andres, am I afraid that Perplexity specs the task out too rigidly? I'd give it instructions to stay flexible, focus on what, not, and how, and let the implementer model use its best judgment. You might be trying the implementer's hands. Let me think about that for a second. Because I have been feeling like there's some inconsistencies with using Perplexity to provide me with prompts. And you're suggesting that the Perplexity specs the task out too rigidly. And by rigidly, you might be tying the you might be tying the implementer's hands. And Claude is the implementer. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I might be incorporating Perplexity into the loop when it might just be creating prompts that are too rigid, rather than letting Claude handle it on its own. I'll give that a try. I think that's a worthy. Yeah. Okay. No, you got a good point. I think what I've noticed that recently so the model recently created these 4 different music categories called focus, ambient, chill, and classical. But in the dual audio player card, I only have 3 music types: ambient, energetic, and hip hop. And so I need to update the selections so that they both, so like the music selections are consistent throughout the whole application. And I think I overlooked that initially. So now I just need to think about how to articulate this scenario. I do want to ask Perplexity what it thinks about this, though. What I just described. I noticed a couple things going wrong with the behavior of the music. For the dual audio player card. we need to update the music selection options within the dual audio player such that the selections reflect our new music categories, which include focus, ambient, chill. Focus, ambient, chill, classical. But also it needs to include the other options that were already present, such as energetic and hip hop. Andres, you offer a really good point. I've sort of noticed that what was happening before as well. The dual audio music picker needs a category aware data source and filter. Right now it is mixing tracks across categories, so selecting ambient, energetic, or hip hop can still show unrelated items. The screenshots show catalog style tracks appearing alongside the bundled ambient list. Right, so I added all these ambient tracks in the content discovery view, and when I go into energetic, all of those options are appearing. I'm going to start to work towards that, Andres, and only use Claude. Alright, I'm just going to prompt Claude. I noticed a few things that need to be audited. The music selector should offer the dual audio playback, the dual audio player only shows 3 music types, which are ambient, energetic, and hip hop. We recently added the music discovery feature with the options only as ambient, chill, I think it was focus, ambient, focus, ambient, chill, and classical. We need to update both views to reflect all the options combined. We also need to make sure there is an infrastructure that allows for adding more options. Additionally, right now so the dual audio player is mixing tracks across categories such that when a user selects to listen to ambient, music, the catalog style tracks appears. The catalog styled tracks appear such that when a user listens to ambient music, the catalog style, I don't know if I'm wording that correctly. The dual audio player is mixing tracks across categories such that when a user selects to listen to ambient music, the music from other catalog styled tracks appear So I'm just going to provide that prompt, bypass the step that I usually do with Perplexity, and see what it thinks. I appreciate the suggestion. Alright, let's rebuild it. Let me examine how a save track is created. Does it retain its preset, and how the library shows music category chips? Yeah, I'm looking for some good background music. Here's what I'll do for now. I'll be right back.
Now that we have AT&T Fiber Internet in our home, our connection's so fast it can handle streaming, gaming, and video conferencing for the whole family. The only downside? Our kids' friends are coming over way more often than we'd like. Braden, Zayden, Caden, come on in. Luke, I've got the game streaming in the den. Maybe you can pick up some pointers before we take on Kennedy. Honey, we're gonna need more snacks.
Tell all your neighbors, AT&T Fiber has arrived. Hyper-fast internet is now available in your neighborhood. Learn more at att.com/internet. Limited availability in select areas.
Good energy in. Ah, good energy out. Storm, 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and immunity support. Storm, energy for life.
good here. Doing pretty good. Just maxing out my token limit for the night, it looks like. Right now I'm still having Claude run validation tests for me. I've been looking into a service called XCTest, which is Apple's primary built-in framework for writing unit, UI, and performance tests for iOS, macOS applications integrated directly into Xcode, because that's the IDE that I'm using to build this project. But I haven't quite gotten that set up yet. Hopefully once I get that set up, that will save me some token consumption. But for the time being, I'm still using Claude to run validation tests. So that's what it's currently doing, is running some tests. Hope all is going well on your end. sir. Hope your projects are going well. I wanted to refer to the conversations that I was having with everybody in the live stream last time, but I forgot to enable live chat replays, so I'm not able to pull up any of the chats that I had from last time. So now I'm making sure to check that box so that I can go back to the live streams that I've done and look up the prior conversations.
We switched our home to AT&T Fiber Internet, and it's been so fast it's sped up everything in our life.
Hey, honey, have you finished uploading the videos from our trip?
Already done. Just took a second.
That was fast. Ethan, how was the virtual study session?
Finished in record time. Our tutor says it's the fastest session he's ever seen.
No surprise there.
Want to stream a movie in 4K?
Go ahead, I'm both playing video games at the same time.
Your family and internet just got faster. AT&T Fiber is here, now available in your neighborhood. Learn more at att.com/internet. Limited availability in select areas.
And every other user of your product gets their own row. And then every column represents a time period. I think days are usually the right thing to use for your product, but it probably depends a bit on the nature of your product. So let's just draw in the days. I'll just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And you can make this as big or as small as you want. For the sake of this example, I'll just do like a week or two of days, just to show you what's going on here. And then the idea, it's called a dot plot, is you put some dots in each of the cells. You want to pick an event
How's it going, Nick? Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is going well. Currently just running some tests, making sure that the features are validated. Claude is currently running those tests. I had to make a correction. The library now applies the same conical category boundary as the dual audio player, so save discovery tracks no longer appear under unrelated category chips. Search is also correctly sustained to the selected category. Yeah, hot there? Like inside? Like you're in, it's hot inside wherever you're at? Maybe you're outside, I don't know. It's been pretty warm here in Florida. It's been in the 90s during the day, so. Validation accepted. The manual regression pass covers the key outcomes. Focus, only focus discoveries appear. All right, that's good. The sprint document update is appropriate. It records the final conical category contract without inventing a new task, and leaving the architecture markdown unchanged is correct because its current text does not contradict the newly enforced library behavior. 103. Oh man, yeah, I bet. Between California and Florida, I'm sure it's hot weather just about everywhere. I'm central Florida here. It's been pretty hot lately. Yeah, definitely humidity is one of our biggest challenges here. I recommend changing the user interface title from hip hop to hip hop in the conical registry. Keep the stable internal. I'm fine with that. Yeah, we've been getting some very humid weather over here. Picking up an AC from Costco was a giga brain play. Yeah, Costco is great. I love Costco. I go there for the $3 and some change pizza, hot dog, and drink for lunch sometimes. They definitely have some good appliances as well. They got just about everything. I've got the AC set to about 72 degrees right now. Low 70s during the evening is just how I like it, especially when I'm going to sleep. I like it nice and cold. Nice. Yeah, it's great. I sometimes will get a full pizza. They've got like a full pizza for like $10 and some change. And it's very substantial. I mean, it's not the healthiest thing to get, but I do plenty of exercise to burn the calories, but it's a good deal nonetheless. Yeah, and AC is crucial. I couldn't imagine life without AC. I was thinking about buying a new PC from Costco just because it comes pre-built. I would like to build something, my own PC, but I don't know. I want something that works. I don't want something that I have to put together and maybe make mistakes, even though I'd like to do that and spend some time working on that. I haven't really checked out what kind of PC builds they have there, though. Nick says a long while back I was an electrician building something with Costco within walking distance. Darn, hot dogs and pizza ruined me. It'll do that. That stuff's only good for like an occasional lunch. So you were building something close to Costco and you would walk over and have the hot dogs and the pizza. I meet at Costco with one of my classmates from school, and that's one of our go-to spots just because of the deal. Need to bulk up for winter anyways, time to calorie max. That's great. I just hit a workout today, went for a run, swim, did some weightlifting, and I was like, man, I gotta have something lean because I'm trying to work on my running. And I ended up going to an Italian restaurant, and instead of ordering my usual pizza or spaghetti, I got a sub and a salad. The sandwich still had a lot of bread, and there was still like there was cheese in the sandwich, and it was a little much, I'm not gonna lie. But trying to eat healthy, and you gotta have calories for running. I was talking to somebody, and they made me feel better and justified for having that sandwich. They're like, it's okay if you have a bunch of calories, just make sure you're burning it off. Keep the ID unchanged. Home title, I would leave the hard-coded home card titled Hip Hop alone for now. Sprint status, you can now treat the category correction work as complete within the existing sprint. The next worthwhile effort is a separately planned XC test foundation, followed later by duplicate view model cleanup. Not additional changes. By the duplicate view model. Explain what you mean by duplicate view model. Winter is coming. It will be here soon. Trying to eat healthy, goes to Italian, wants light lunch, gets pastrami sandwich instead. That was basically my experience. I'm trying to hit a 1.5 mile run in under 12 minutes. I've had 2 ACL tears. So it's not that it's difficult for me to push myself physically, but it's that the mental aspect of re-injuring my knee. .5 miles in under 12 minutes is very doable. But I've been having a difficult time with maintaining like a pace. I'll go on the treadmill and I'll set the treadmill to like, if I set it to a level of 5, then I'll finish a mile in 12 minutes, which obviously if I finish a mile in 12 minutes, then I still need to run half a mile. So if I keep it at 5, I'll reach a mile and a half in 18 minutes. So I need to run much faster, but I've been struggling with that just because I start to feel like my knee is gonna give out on me. A duplicate view model means the app may be creating more than one instance of the same state owning observable object. For example, more than one dual audio player view model, when the UI should be sharing one instance. In your case, Claude observed a symptom when experimenting with the restoring of the last selected category. The UI could show a label such as focused while the loaded content was still ambient. Really? Focus? no focus available. Ambient. If you prefer explicit injection instead, duplicate view model sounds like a new paradigm. Is really just Claude's way of describing a bug. Yeah, and I'm trying to understand exactly how that has manifested here, because it's suggesting that one of these, like, so if I go into focus, some of the content from ambient may be appearing okay, perform a focus Swift UI state ownership cleanup for dual audio player view model. The problem, during the music category work, restoring the last selected category revealed a state mismatch. A category label could show focus, while the music content still reflected ambient. Right, so we're in focus. Yeah, but I think part of that is because when I go into discovery mode and I go into focus, trying to discover music in the focus category, some of the music in focus still appears under ambient. Right, so I selected all these tracks, and if I go into ambient, I think some of those tracks still appear because they have metadata that would allocate them to both of these categories. The goal is to establish exactly one lived owner for dual audio player view model across the app UI tree. All player related views must observe or receive that same instance. Before editing, search the entire project for dual audio player view model. Is there a problem with the same track being good for ambient and focus? Definitely not. I don't think so. Like, there's some ambient that I would consider focus. So there's really not a problem with it in a general sense. I guess that's just sort of an edge case. Because what if one track that's discovered is considerably chill, it's ambient, and it's considered focus music? I'm using an Internet Archive database. Internet Archive. I really don't like this library. I do not like Internet Archive. It doesn't really have good music. I just wanted to plug in a remote repository. Instrumental. I really need to just create my own database of music. And I should use like 11 Labs or some kind of music creator service to start generating my own music. I would really like to work with other music creators. I feel like that's a real organic way to get started. But see, there's a lot of options in this archive. It's just so big. I type instrumental and I get 126,000 results. But a lot of these tracks are not good. So like this very first track, let's see how it sounds. Yeah, so that's, I mean, I wouldn't enjoy listening to that. Hard rock metal band instrumental. Definitely not something that comes to mind initially for me. It doesn't fall into any of these categories. I think there could be some rock music that could simultaneously play alongside spoken audio, which could go good. So I don't want to create limitations. I just want to identify. What I would love to do is be able to identify audio waveforms and incorporate some kind of analysis on whether the waveform is compatible and is harmonizable to the spoken form audio waveform, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I don't see any metadata on here as well, any kind of tags. I'll be honest, as soon as I started like integrating this catalog, I really started to regret it. I really just wanted to do it as sort of like a proof of concept, just to like make sure that I could do it. Build this application so that all of these like audiobooks, podcasts, presentation, music had some kind of were plugged into some kind of remote repository. Do you have to parse the descriptions if you want to automate categories and stuff? Yeah, a little bit. And I created some guardrails that are pretty rigid. So like when I go to focus, I'm clicking on focus. Any of these options are going to do it as well, but there are not that many options that appear right now. And that's just because the database is so large in Internet Archive. There could just be hundreds or thousands of audio tracks that are just not good, and they would saturate this discovery user interface. So the model, I didn't really ask it to do this, but it created sort of some guardrails and it really restricted the number of options that populate. So I decided to just kind of run with it for a little bit. If I decided that I wanted to increase the number of options that appear, then I would just do that. And I'm not really even sure how it's getting these files. It looks for focus. So if I type, I'm going to type in one of these tracks into the Internet Archive. Another Day, Another Way, and see. Yeah, so this was one of the options that it found. Another Day, Another Way. So Christmas with Mr. Rice. So it found an album called Another Day, Another Way, and then it just grabbed the first track inside of that album called Another Day, Another Way. Is it pulling from Internet Archive each time you refresh the app, or does it cache to some local dev database? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I do believe it's pulling from Internet Archive each time, but I'm just going to ask just to clarify. Are we pulling from Internet Archive each time the application builds is refreshed, or does it cache to some local dev database? Based on the current design, a normal Xcode build does not itself fetch Internet Archive content. Instead, Internet Archive discovery is fetched when the Discovery UI view model performs a catalog search or refresh. Not because the app compiled. The app does persist tracks the user explicitly saves, but the fetched discovery result list is not described as a durable local catalog cache. Important distinction. The local persistence, this is local persistence, not a local development database caching the whole Internet Archive result set. A saved track survives app relaunches because its metadata was written locally. A transient discovery list may change after it is fetched again. For deterministic XC test later, inject a fake catalog provider with a fixed catalog track fixture. So what I'm going to do is delete the app and rebuild it, because if I delete it, it should delete all local information, anything that's cached. So now I'm rebuilding it. Okay, so I have deleted the application completely with any saved data, and now relaunching it. If I go to the library, music library, so this is the local bundle. This is music that is saved locally. I downloaded it on my computer, and I included all of these MP3 files in the actual repository. So these tracks are locally planted in the project. Ambient, energetic, and hip hop. So before, I would go to focus and I would see content. There's no longer content because during this feature branch creation, I included focus, chill, classical, and focus, chill, classical. Ambient was already there. So if I go to discovery, music, click on focus, I think that one album called Another Way, Another Day should appear. Yeah, some tracks are built into the app itself. And when I fetched data from Internet Archive just now, it looks like it's pulling up these same tracks that appear every time. I deleted and rebuilt the application. When I go to discovery and search for focus music, the same tracks appear every time. Why do the same tracks appear every time? There is also only a limited number of options that populate. I know that there are thousands of options that are available I don't want to say thousands. I know that there are many more options that could appear, but there must be some kind of restriction preventing and only displaying a curated list. So discovery is, hey Aman, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. It's probably just the same Internet Archive query each time, and you have to limit the number of results you want in each query. That's what I'm suspecting as well. That's a good way to articulate it. Yes, what you are seeing is almost certainly intentional curation plus deterministic querying, not a full Internet Archive browse experience. For each discovery preset, such as focus, the provider appears to run a fixed heuristic query, receives a limited candidate page, validates candidates through Internet Archive metadata/playability checks, normalizes them, and then deliberately returns a maximum of 12 tracks. The architecture notes for this sprint describe that 12-track curated slice cap and lightweight discovery scope. You could have it do a new query once the user scrolls to the bottom. That's a good point. So when I created this sprint, I suppose that there was a deliberate return a maximum of 12 tracks instruction. Why the same tracks reoccur? The same focus tracks reappear because the request likely uses the same search terms and exclusion rules. Internet Archive collection license media filters result. So yeah, let's see. Let's try that out. I would like to implement a feature where when the user scrolls to the bottom of the 12 of the list, that it queries for another 12. I'm wondering if there should be some kind of maximum, though. I would like to implement a feature where the user scrolls to the bottom of the list. Once the user reaches the bottom, a query for another 12 tracks is performed. The maximum number of tracks should be infinite, or should be 100. What do you think? Should I have a maximum number of tracks that should appear? What are the advantages of having maximum number of tracks? What are the advantages of having a cap on the maximum number of tracks that appear? That's what I'm thinking as well. How does this affect performance? For dev, you want things fast so you can iterate on it quickly. Okay. So let's set it up to 12. Let's set the max up to, let's just set it up to 24 so that we can verify that it is querying at least a second time. Set the discovery limit to 24 tracks total per category, loaded as 2 pages of 12, fetch the first 12 initially, then fetch and append the next 12 when the user reaches the bottom. This is a good balance. It gives users more variety without turning Discovery into an unbounded network-heavy feed. Internet Archive supports page search results, and Swift UI's lazy stacks create rows only as needed, which makes a bottom-of-list loading sentinel a suitable implementation pattern. Why retain a cap? A cap is valuable even with incremental loading. Predictable latency, lower network cost, better responsiveness, curated experience, API resilience, clear stopping point. The important distinction is that 12 should become the page size, while 24 becomes the per preset session maximum. That means the user sees 12 at first. All right. Recommended behavior, initial load, bottom trigger, maximum, no duplicates, state per preset. Now I'm wondering if should I care that the same tracks are appearing? Every time I open up Focus, we have Another Day, Another Way that pops up. I definitely don't like that album. I don't think that album has a very good... I mean, maybe some of these other tracks are okay, but I am not a fan. And I would like to see something else pop up. But I don't know if I should be too concerned about that right now. I think what I want to do is just have the 12 new tracks be displayed. Extend the existing Internet Archive music discovery experience with bounded incremental loading. Do not create a new sprint task. I think it's good as a placeholder if there are more critical features to work on towards the MVP. I think it's good as a placeholder. Yeah, I agree. And I don't even, in the long run, don't want to use Internet Archive. I just want to try to optimize the experience that I'm having with it for the time being. And at some point later down the road, so like when I was initially thinking about integrating a music repository remotely, I thought, well, maybe I'll use Spotify or Apple Music, but they explicitly do not allow in their terms of service to have a dual stream audio application. So I think I need to create my own database with these MP3 files or these music files. That's sort of the stretch goal at a certain point, is to create a back-end infrastructure where I'm hosting these music files. And in order to get music that other people already like and are popular, I'll need to get license agreements with those music creators. And I'm just not at that stage yet. And so I would like to create my own music using 11 Labs or some other kind of music generation tool, so that way I don't even have to worry about licensing. Or get permission from people who create music online. Like if you go on YouTube and you search up Deep Focus music, you'll find tons of like 1 hour videos of just back-to-back music that's playing that I would consider to be pretty good. That's what I've been listening to for a long time now, actually, are those kinds of music creators that make those videos. I would love to plug those videos or get permission to use what other people have already created. But again, I'll have to host that myself, more than likely, because there's no perfect music catalog out there that's going to offer what I need. Yeah, exactly. Lo-fi beats, chill, vibe coding music, hacker music, study music, all that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure like how soon I should pivot towards that. I'll need to really consider any kind of cost. The reason I'm going the route I'm going right now is because it doesn't require any upfront costs. And I've been trying to stay as lightweight in terms of budget as I can. Because using these music catalogs, I don't need to host anything myself, and it's all non-copyright. So I don't need permission explicitly to have these options on the application. Here is one track that I made a few months ago that I really liked. I used 11 Labs to make it. Where is it? Cosmic. Yeah, this one. Just this general style. I mean, this song may or may not be one of my favorites. You should do it. You should put up a massive PR. Are you working on something yourself right now? I've got a couple of these songs that I've used with 11 Labs. I had to cancel my membership. I'd like to reinstate it here pretty soon. It's only like $20 a month, I think. But there's a lot of potential with 11 Labs API that I've been thinking about using. From its music generator to its text-to-speech, I think that there's a lot of potential in being able to create music where the two forms of audio, the spoken form of audio and then the background music, can harmonize well together. This one massive PR up at work right now, and it's disgusting to try to... Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully once it lands, you feel good about it. For sure. Yeah. I've been thinking about some other projects that I wanted to start working on, and I'm hoping to make a video pretty soon. Long form content, because I'm doing these live streams. I've been doing shorts, but I haven't really been doing long form videos. So that's one thing that I'm trying to work on now. And aside from this project that I'm building, there's a couple others that I want to start doing. And I was going to make some long form content around the approach that I'm starting to learn for building projects, building applications, which isn't that good. Like, I realize I have a lot to learn, and I don't want to talk down on myself too much, but I am trying to learn as I go and create content as I go. So I'm trying to think of like a video that I can do where I'm working on a project and I just show how I'm working on it. But I spent like a whole evening, not last night, but the night before, on just coming up with a plan for the video that I want to make. My Claude usage just reset. Everything is back at 0. A Simulation roadmap, you say? Yeah. I would like that myself. I have like the ideal version inside of my head. I think so. Like version 1 was just adding music locally and adding podcasts, adding audiobooks locally that I would take from YouTube. I would download the MP3 formatted version of the video and I would locally add them to the project. Now version 2 is what I'm doing right now, where I am remotely accessing podcasts, music. I haven't connected any kind of audiobook API for non-copyrighted remote catalogs. But I almost feel like this might be a waste of time. And what I should really be doing is jumping into version 3, which is where I host my own kind of music catalogs that I created a database for. And I just need to start working on that as soon as possible, I think. But I'm just going through the motions and kind of completing what I set out to do with regards to adding these remote non-copyright music, audiobook, podcast catalogs. And I'm kind of realizing that these catalogs are not very good. But that's part of this whole journey, is to just kind of document the decisions that I'm making. And I actually really appreciate the input that I've gotten in the live chat. I'm surprised actually at how insightful some of the comments that I've gotten are. They really help me take a step back and give me some confidence that I don't have to build this thing completely on my own. I can get some feedback from people, which is really nice. So and I started working on that Discord so that I could try to connect with people outside of the live chat, which I knew I wanted to do, but last stream when I had several people just participating in a conversation, it just drove me to want to share the Discord link that I have currently, which is not really set up for a whole lot right now. But I've never done this kind of thing, so I'm learning as I go. What do you think the roadmap should include? Like, what would make a good roadmap? I tried creating a website for Simulisten. I have one at simulisten.com. And I have a sign-up form here, which is supposed to send anybody who signs up the link to download the beta. And I validated that it works a couple times. But then I asked my friend who already had the app to sign up on this form to get access to it. But they received an email that was not a prompt to download the beta, which was very confusing to me because I had validated that it worked before. So I gotta check that out and see if it actually is working or not. Because App Store Connect has an API that you can use such that if you have a sign-up form like this one, it will automatically send an email to the person who puts their email here, and it will send them a link to download the application. Like, what do you need to hit 100 users in a roadmap to hit all of those things? List, like, the order of features. Okay. So I'll come up with an order of features. Now, features meaning because like the features that are included right now would be like content discovery, the ability to search up podcasts, instrumental music, audiobooks at some point. Just got to break the goal of 100,000 users in a bunch of sub goals. Okay. Spaces. And then some goals depend on other goals. Right. All right, let's see what Perplexity can suggest. Let's come up with a roadmap for Simulisten. My long-term goal is to reach 100,000 users. The roadmap should include the order of features. It worked for you? Okay, that's great. It should send you an email from Apple. I appreciate you checking on that. I didn't think it was working for like the last week, and I was just not in the mood to spend any time on it. Yeah, I see that it just went through. I appreciate you checking on that. I'm actually at 22 users. I need to update the... Let me know if you're able to actually download it via TestFlight, because TestFlight is sort of the platform required in order to test any kind of beta application on Apple. Let's come up with a roadmap for Simulisten. My long-term goal is to reach 100,000 users. The roadmap should include the order of features, sub-goals, and anything else you recommend that would make up a good roadmap. Can you test flight on Linux? I don't have a iPhone or a Mac. That's a good question. I think this is only iOS compatible for right now. I need to make a version that's... I mean, yeah, I need to make a version that's compatible. Let me see what I need to do in order to do that. I have been building this application using Swift UI for iOS. I would like to start working on making this application available for non-iOS devices such as Linux and Android. Is that a sad face? Yeah. I appreciate your desire to want to check it out. I'm gonna see what I need to do now to make it available for non-iOS. Do you have a smartphone though? I imagine you have a smartphone of some kind. Android, perhaps? Okay, Android, that's good. You can't run Swift UI itself on Android or Linux yet, but you can reuse much of your Swift in app architecture by pairing it right with the right cross-platform tools, or by recreating your UI in a similar declarative framework on other platforms. Pick an overall strategy. Add Android via Skip. Skip is a toolchain that lets you build genuinely native Android apps from a single Swift UI codebase, compiling Swift-style code into Android UI under the hood. This path keeps your existing Swift UI code and mindset and is currently the most direct Swift to Android option. Stay in Swift, add Linux via... Okay. I'm gonna start working on that as soon as possible. Yeah, it was just the first introduction I had to mobile application development. But being able to build a application that's cross-platform is just, I would imagine, the best long-term goal. And I know people in my personal life that I've shared this application with who said that they would download it if there was an Android version. Keep your Swift. Option 2, share logic, rewrite UI natively for Android. Option 3, move to a cross-platform framework. You can also rebuild Simulison in a cross-platform framework. What do other companies do themselves, like Uber, Airbnb? Yeah, I'm curious, like, what do these other infrastructures, like these other companies, how do they set up their infrastructure? Uber, what Uber does, Uber's mobile apps are built natively Swift on iOS and Kotlin on Android. Their backend and infra use a mix of languages. Airbnb originally experimented with React Native for cross-platform, but eventually moved back to fully native iOS and Android because of performance and integration costs. The general trend among big applications, large performance-sensitive apps mostly use native per-platform UIs with carefully managed shared logic. Cross-platform UI frameworks like Flutter and React Native are very popular among startups. If you want to emulate what Uber, Airbnb do, the closest analog is Swift UI on iOS, a native app for Android, likely using Kotlin and Compose. The goal of porting to Android would be something on the roadmap with its position, depending on its priority for hitting other goals. I appreciate that suggestion there. Let's see. I started vibe coding about 2 months ago. Kenneth, thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the question. It's been about 2 months since I started live streaming my vibe coding journey. I started using AI back in 2024. During my undergrad degree. What about yourself? How long have you been working with AI to write code? Cosmic. Semi-truck. You mean like driving trucks? I used to think AI was only good for setting alarms in semi-truck. But after taking a break from trucking some months ago, I was freaked out by its level of intelligence. Been vibe coding only a few months. That's cool though. Welcome to the vibe coding era. When you say semi-truck, that's something that you would do for work. And you're saying that at that time you thought AI was only good for setting alarms? Trying to make sure I understand properly. And what kind of tools have you used so far? And congrats. Hopefully taking a break has been a good thing for you. Hopefully you've enjoyed that break. I'm not sure I like this roadmap that it made for me. From now until launch, this is your most critical gate. Nothing else matters until the app is publicly available. Well, I guess, so what I'm doing right now is I'm creating a beta version of the application. So I can acquire users with the beta. Should I make the app publicly available to the App Store now, do you think? Or should I keep it on beta? Because if I try to make it publicly available now, I might run into some issues. Apple might not like my application, and it might tell me to start fixing some things. So it could be good that I start that process now. because I'll run into those hurdles sooner rather than later. 18 wheels of steel across America. I used to always think AI was so stupid. I've been vibe coding all my own tools, so I don't use Cursor, Gravity, or anything but my own tools. You've been vibe coding all your own tools. You don't use anything like Cursor, Anti-Gravity, but your own tools. So are you like using AI to write your own tools, is what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I'm curious, to Talon's point. But what runs the AI? Yeah, so what are the tools that you're using to help you vibe code? If you're not using Cursor, Gravity, you're using your own tools. So are you using your own tools to vibe code? So like I'm using Claude and Perplexity mainly. I have Gemini, but I don't actually use Gemini for what I'm working on now, other than like helping me to generate thumbnails for my YouTube videos. Yes, my tool runs the AI through CLI background interfaces. Nice. Are you like a Windows or a Mac user? Kind of a silly question. I'm just trying to get an idea of like your workspace. Or Linux? That's a good point. I appreciate that feedback. That's why I've been holding off, but I thought I'd take a moment to just ponder on. Yeah, me neither. I have not done it myself. I just started with this one. I've made a couple other like apps using iOS Swift UI, but I've never published any of them on the App Store. Kenneth, I hope you're having fun building stuff by vibe coding. I also thought, I was very skeptical initially about the word vibe coding, but now I'm kind of realizing that it's taken on that term, but it doesn't really mean that it's a bad thing. I've come to that realization, and I get excited when I hear other people talking negatively about it, because to me, I picked this up from a podcast that I was listening to that described vibe coding as a rigorous form of engineering. Vibe coding is highly effective. Let me see. Vibe coding is not the same as AI assisted engineering. That's not what I wanted. The engineering of intent. Sho Shimoda. Vibe coding. Okay, at its core, vibe coding is the engineering of intent. Instead of worrying about exactly how a function or class is implemented, the developer focuses on what the system needs to do. Key components of this approach include defining intent, expressing exactly what the software should accomplish, and the qualitative vibe. Material disengagement, stepping away from meticulous keystrokes and letting LLMs generate the raw syntax. Moving from vibe to agentic engineering. While vibe coding is excellent for rapid prototyping and ideation, relying on unstructured, unread AI code can lead to massive technical debt and chaotic outputs. To build enterprise-ready solutions, Shimoda and other engineers emphasize the need for rigorous AI native development. I've been really enjoying this, reading about this guy's work, Sho Shimoda. What does Sho say about the negative connotation of vibe coding? Sho Shimoda argues the negative connotation of vibe coding stems from developers using it as an excuse for lazy, careless work, such as accepting AI outputs without review and deploying insecure code. He contends this pure form of vibe coding creates a false sense of speed that leads to compounding technical debt and systemic failure. Shimoda advocates for Mitchell Hashimoto's philosophy of harness engineering. Instead of correcting an AI agent by manually rewriting a chat prompt when it makes a mistake, a rigorous engineer permanently alters the agent's environment. Kenneth says he's currently vibe coding his own game engine that renders random, fully customizable, large-scale open-world planets and galaxies with 0 polygons and 0 textures. That sounds pretty fun. Hopefully that's been an exciting journey for you. The first link is the tool I'm using. The second link is the no polygon game engine. Nice. Did you have prior experience with writing software during your trucking days? Which it sounds like you're experienced in that field. I haven't heard of no polygon. What is no polygon game engine? A no polygon game engine uses mathematical rendering techniques rather than traditional 3D triangles to generate graphics. I've only trucked for a few years. I have experience building parts of a game I never finished years ago via a few game engines and recently UE Unreal Engine, but wasn't good enough, so building my own. So building your own game engine. Oh, sweet. I've never worked with Unreal Engine, but I did inherit a project during my recent senior design project where they were building a simulation for drone swarms. I always thought like building a game was so far outside of my scope of capability. So I've never worked with like any kind of gaming engine, but it seems so much more possible to start working with now than ever before. Okay, so make games with Pygame is how I got started into software development. Pygame pygame.org. That sounds fun. Free open source Python library used for writing multimedia applications, particularly 2D games. That sounds fun. I remember actually for my nephew or my niece, I built her, for my brother, I built him like a very simple math game for my niece so that if she played this game, she would earn points and then she could use those points to like ask her mom and dad for like treats or for like some kind of reward. I thought that was pretty fun. Sort of like an elementary game. A game for elementary school aged kids. Or even preschool. Just because I want my niece and nephew to be smart. Or just have that support that I feel like I never really had growing up. Yeah, just kind of like a real simple iOS application because most of my siblings have an iPhone. Most of my family. Using other game engines takes too long via why my game engine generates open world planets that are fully customizable via extreme game development shortcuts. Sunglasses face. That's sweet, man. Is it something that you just want to use like and do like you're enjoying the process and that's sort of the whole point, or do you want to be able to like take your game and make it publicly available? This is your most critical gate. Nothing else matters until the app is publicly available. Music Discovery tab. Complete the deferred music tab and add content view. So I don't think this application is really going to be at that stage where I can release it publicly until I've created a database that hosts the music, because I really don't like this idea so far of relying on non-copyrighted sources. That might not be the only way. There may be like a third party that I can use that already hosts the music that I'll receive licensing for. But if I have my own, if I'm hosting the audio in a database myself, I feel like that'll give me more control, and I won't have to go through a third party provider like I think it's a B2B. Kenneth says, my game engine will eventually be available. I don't know when, and I'm not even halfway done yet, so which the screenshots show an incomplete game engine, but already generating large-scale planets. That's awesome. I hope you are able to continue to make some progress on that. How often do you spend working on it? Is that something you're able to spend time on every day? You advertise through these live streams, then the beta program can be pretty powerful. You could also link to the roadmap in the description to help new viewers get up to speed. That's a really good idea for linking the roadmap in the description. Nice, Kenneth. Glad you're able to work on it and have that time. Hopefully you're getting a little bit of sleep. Just a little bit, though. Sleep is overrated. I'm joking, of course. Kenneth is using C++. Alright, so I'm asking Perplexity to recreate the roadmap document that describes all the progress that was made thus far, the available features, and then elaborate on the future goal of 100,000 users and list the sub goals. And list the known sub goals. Project overview. Simulisten is an iOS app that lets users listen to 2 audio streams in parallel, learning content alongside background music, with a focus on clean library experience and structured content discovery. The current architecture is already already integrates local bundled content, remote catalogs, RSS podcasts, and iTunes search. I think iTunes search is misleading. Kenneth says the transition from ground to space was ultra realistic with deep atmosphere and zero loading screen. It was like watching a movie. That's cool. It sounds like you've been able to create something that's exciting and you're motivated to work on it. And making something like a video game, I could imagine, is just watching it become what you want it to become is just such an exciting experience. The marketing for this application will occur in the live stream, and I will provide the roadmap document in the description. Before I draft anything, I want to nail down the details so it feels exactly right for your audience. Here are my questions, one at a time. Let's start with the most important one. What GitHub format do you want this roadmap in? Do I want this? It's creepy. It's creeping. Creepy when you make 3D models and then you put in the eyes and then those eyes your creation staring right at you. Yeah, I could imagine. I don't know if you've ever seen Black Mirror, but there was an episode about this guy making a video game, and these little creatures were constantly gaining more intelligence. And so when you said that, it just reminded me of that. You're watching your creation come to life. It sort of takes on its own persona that you give it. Read me. Kenneth, I imagine you're working on this right now as you're watching this stream. You're also working on that at that game of yours. I have enough nightmares that I don't realize are just dreams at times, so I try to avoid most scariest movies, mainly before bed. Although I watch a scary movie long before bed. Don't give them eyes. The soul is in the eyes. I've been binge watched scary movies late at night. I don't know why. I guess I'm just going through all the genres on my Netflix, and sometimes I just end up in the scary movie section. Man, the soul are in the eyes, and Kenneth had to find out the hard way. I have no idea what that feels like. I'll have to try to like make a little game where I create a creature and I give it eyes, and then maybe I'll know what that experience is like. Nice, Kenneth. Alright, so I'm creating that roadmap document that Talon mentioned. Kenneth is trying to get this new generation game engine done. I hope you get it done. Just don't quit. That's what I was told recently. Making mistakes is better than quitting, because at least with mistakes you can learn from them. With quitting, there's nothing to learn from quitting. No failed attempts to look back at and ask, what could I have done differently? Quitting and just not doing anything is the worst thing to do. Talon is working on a Pygame to web bundle tool. We just got the vibe coding corner. That's right. So in the Discord that I made I created a section for projects that people are working on. It's the Ideas Lab, and I'm thinking that could be sort of a section where people talk about whatever vibe coding ideas that they're working on. I don't know if that is a good idea or a bad idea, but I just made it. I figured that when, people come together to talk about vibe coding, they want to share their ideas, or maybe even come up with new ideas, and then people can link up, get together, and work on it together. So, Tellin, I'm trying to create a roadmap document like you suggested that can be used to help people, like new viewers, get up to speed. Kenneth is building all of the hardest features first. That way it only gets easier. Thus that's the order I work most projects, via hardest first and easiest last. Well, I hope your experience is that way, that once you get all the hardest things done, that it just gets easier from there. I do hope that it goes that way for you. Sometimes I find that I start building something and then later on down the road I realize something went wrong, but I didn't notice it soon enough. And so what becomes incredibly difficult is having to go back, fix whatever I consider went wrong, and then I have to try to get caught back up without shifting the foundation too much. Man, these sessions tonight have been consuming so many tokens. It only goes good when planned good enough. Things going wrong is normal when you just have to be extremely adaptable, just like in trucking. Yeah, and you've been doing that for a little while, you said. My dad did trucking and still does. He still drives trucks. He drives cattle. It is not for the faint of heart. Nick says the hardest part regarding projects for me is not the hard, easy aspect. It's not the hard or the easy aspect. It's my intention to reason and try to get it right the first time. I end up spending more time thinking than doing in most cases. Yeah, I can relate to that. Sometimes I don't even know what the hard part's gonna be. Unless it's something that I haven't worked on before. Like I haven't really created too many databases before, to be honest. And so thinking about that sort of frightens me a little bit. Good money can be made in trucking. It is not a physically easy job, though. And I don't know that from my own experience, but just from my assumption and from what I understand that my dad has had to do. And from driving very long road trips. The implementation is complete. The validation is sufficient to accept it. Discovery now uses bounded deterministic pagination. It initially shows up to 12 playable tracks, loads a second page at the list boundary, deduplicates by stable Internet Archive identity within each profile session, and never displays more than 24 tracks, which is now protected. What is now protected? Swift UI on appear calls cannot create concurrent duplicate load more requests. A profile switch invalidates in-flight work, preventing focus results from being appended after the user switches to chill. Okay, this is very good. I want to finish this sprint. I do not want to work on it anymore. The observed 15 to 25 second page load is the main concern to track. It results from validating remote candidates one by one through Internet Archive metadata rather than rendering 24 Swift UI rows. Most I've ever driven in 24 hours is 1,300 miles. 1,300 and more miles. That's a pretty large amount of miles to drive. I've driven from Florida to North Carolina in about 8 hours, which is like 500 miles, just about a little over 500 miles. The next future improvement, if discovery latency becomes a user-facing problem, should be a bounded concurrency metadata validation pipeline. For example, validating a small fixed number of candidates in parallel while preserving cancellation, deduplication, ordering, and provider rate safety. That is a performance enhancement, not a blocker for this release. Let's prompt Claude to summarize everything we have worked on. No, we don't want to prompt Claude to summarize. We want to prompt Claude to include in the sprint documentation everything I've worked on. Consider modifying the architecture.md to reflect necessary components that were created or modified. For the performance note, it's identifying, Nick says, if you were to prefetch the first page of some specified number of rows, you would alleviate the time to fetch on the first page load. Off the top of my head. Yeah. I'm like partially concerned, but let me try it myself. So if I go into Discovery and I go to Music and I click Chill, let's see how long that takes to populate. I mean, it's already taking longer than I would like. Okay, that's all right. Not terrible. So now I'm going to go down and it's loading. More options, loading more options. It said it took about 15 to 25 seconds, so I can live with that for now. But I mean, and it even mentioned rather than rendering 24 SwiftUI rows, it proposed an improvement. Very likely very low bandwidth requirement for that initial page load as a prefetch. If the user navigates to the page, then you automatically have the initial prefetch. So on page display prefetch. Okay. Is the home screen on the phone your app? Yeah, here's the home. This is the home screen. This is the current home screen. One of the comments somebody suggested the other day was to get rid of this home, where it says home up here in blue, to get rid of that. So that's one note that I took down that I'm gonna do at some point. All right. I like what you're saying, Nick. For the performance note, what if we performed a prefetch? Sorry for fragmented commentary on the side. YouTube wants to be Twitter before the X takeover on message lane. That's alright. Shrey and Reddy, welcome. I appreciate you visiting. And your question or comment. Yes, this is a dual audio player application. The live streams that I've been doing are just me documenting my journey building an app that I've wanted to build for a while. So this is, like I said, a dual audio playback application. A user can look for podcasts or audiobooks or any kind of presentation that is spoken form content, and then they can select background music to play alongside of it. So for example, if I were to search for a podcast that talks about AI, Claude AI apparently has a podcast, so I'll add that. And let me make sure I have some kind of music to add. I'm going to add an ambient track. And I'm also going to add a hip-hop track. So now when I go into the dual audio player card, or the dual audio player, there's two player cards here. There's music and then there's learning. So I'm going to go into the podcast section. So I'm in the podcast section, and I'm going to click on that podcast that I just added, Claude AI. And I'm going to select one of the episodes. Let's just do the most recent episode. And then I'm going to select an ambient soundtrack. So first I'm going to start playing the podcast, and then I'll start playing the music.
Anthropic is localizing Claude's pricing in India, which is its second largest market. Interesting because people there will be able to get it cheaper than people in America or other countries that make more money historically. Apple's OpenAI complaint, they're detailing a show and tell interviewing over 400 hires, claiming that OpenAI is copying trade secrets. World models right now are getting billions, and Lacan, Lee, and Runway are all betting against LLMs. We're going to get into the disparity there. Meta is doubling their Hyperion data center to 5 gigawatts. It was going to be 2.5, or I thought it was maybe 2 at the beginning, but they're pushing the spending past $50 billion, increasing it there. Sam Altman and Elon Musk are having a ton of beef, which is kind of funny. We'll end the show on that. Sam Altman is saying that Elon Musk's space data centers are a short-term sales pitch, and Elon Musk is calling him Scam Altman. So there's lots to get into.
Okay, so that was listening with ambient music. I'm going to play some hip-hop instead of ambient. So I'm going to pick one of the tracks that I have here.
The 7th was like the first deadline. They're like, it's going to be off after the 7th. And I remember using up all my tokens till the 7th. And then they said, look, we're resetting it. And you actually can use it till the 12th, which was yesterday. And so I used up all my tokens again on the 12th. And my tokens don't reset on Claude till like Wednesday. So now I literally have no more Claude tokens. Can't Claude for like 3 days on 2 separate Claude Max accounts, mind you. And then what happened 20 hours ago, Claude came out with a tweet and said, we're extending Claude Fable 5 access to all paid plans, as well as keeping Claude Code's weekly limit rate limits to 50% higher through July 19th. This is the second time that they've extended this. It's super annoying. I replied to them on Twitter and said, except I already used up all my tokens in anticipation of the deadline, so I have no more credits left. Thanks for nothing. The sentiment seems to be felt by everyone. If you look at Omasar over on X, he said, I don't think Anthropic realizes how disruptive these changes are to users. I appreciate the extension, but please stop playing games. Either keep it under the subscription or put it under the API already. I 100% agree. This is super annoying because you obviously, when someone makes a rule or says that there's a deadline, you're going to plan accordingly, aka use up your tokens ahead of time. Would I have been more frugal? Would I have spent them better? If they have been there for 2 weeks? Yes, obviously. So now I'm in a pickle, and lucky for me and for anyone else that might have had an occasion where you ran out, you hit some sort of subscription limit, token limit, I would love for you to check out my platform, AIbox.ai, because when you reach a token limit on OpenAI or Claude or any other platform, AIbox.ai for $8.99 a month.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you asking. I'm happy to explain it as best as I can. That is a nightmare. I keep looking at my usage just to make sure that that I have not hit my limit. And I've been doing a pretty good job at not hitting my limit before it updates. But I keep using that hip hop audio track every time somebody asks me to show them like a quick demo or whatever. I keep using that audio track, and I keep getting copyrighted on my YouTube videos because I'm not technically allowed to use that audio track because I don't have permission to use it. But it's just so good. I like that hip hop track a lot because it usually goes pretty well with any spoken form content that I choose. Nick says I actually do have a max account with Claude, and I'm really hard pressed to exceed token usage. Granted, I have things set intentional to the agents, so they don't go crazy. That's good. I need to do something like that. It's good to have those guardrails. What was I listening to? I was watching a YouTube video on how people or companies are starting to realize that agents are costing more than human employees because of this token crisis. The runaway token bill. So I think it was Nick who earlier said, sub-agents are the token burn. Turn that off. You sacrifice time at the value of token savings. Yeah, I think really learning how to utilize these systems and like be in more control of how much token consumption is occurring seems to be a really valuable capability. But Nick said something earlier about the prefetch that I wanted to try to see if I could squeeze in here. If the user navigates to the page, then you automatically have the initial prefetch. Likely very low bandwidth requirement for that initial page load as a prefetch. For the performance notes, it's identifying if you were to prefetch the first page of some specified number of rows, like 12, you would alleviate the time to fetch on the first page load. More specifically, more specifically, if the user navigates to the page, then you automatically have the initial prefetch. So on page display prefetch. So on page display, perform the prefetch. Now I'm wondering if you mean prefetch like for all of the categories. That's why I use all my own tools, 60 to 90% overall tokens use reduction with my latest tool updates. Kenneth, it sounds like you've got a pretty sophisticated and powerful setup. Like given where you are in your experience. Yes, start discovery loading automatically when the discovery screen appears, but it's important to distinguish that from a true prefetch. If the request begins only when the user opens the screen, it still removes the extra tap, search, then wait step. If the request begins only when the user opens the screen, it removes the extra tap, search, then wait step, but the user will experience 10 hours of non-stop coding, use less than 7% weekly max limit. Yeah, that's pretty good. You're on a roll there. Okay, I'm not too concerned about the performance right now. Building your own tools was never easy, but the results are usually well worth it. Well said. I think a great engineer is one who does something just like that, builds tools for themselves that make their workflow and their process only that much better. The observed 15 to blah 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 blah. Alright. Let's prompt Claude to include in the sprint documentation everything we have worked on. Consider modifying the architecture markdown to reflect necessary components that were created or modified. Let me just step away for a moment just so that I can use the restroom. So I'm going to set up this podcast to play while I take a quick break.
Comes back in from Claude. In addition, to be honest, you get access to image, audio, video, music, text, AI. So if you just want to have access to every single AI model anytime that you need it, go check out AIbox.ai. I'll leave the link in the description. In other news for Anthropic, they are now selling Claude in Indian rupees, and they're pricing Claude Pro at 2,000 rupees. That's about $21 a month, and their most powerful model, Claude.
Let me see what other episodes they have. Atlas closure, analyzing Microsoft's 2.5 billion. That sounds interesting.
I host 2 other podcasts. One is called AI Hustle. It's about growing and scaling your business with AI tools. And one is called AI Applied, about using AI in your career. Every once in a while, I play an excerpt of one of those podcasts on this show to give you an idea of what it's like. I'm going to play an excerpt from today's episode of AI Applied. We're talking about Microsoft's $2.5 billion AI bet. I hope you like it. And if you enjoy this episode, go check out the AI Applied podcast anywhere that you get your podcasts. It's AI Applied. Microsoft has just committed $2.5 billion and 6,000 employees to a new AI implementation unit. Now, this is not new. They're not the only ones that have done this. They're following what OpenAI and Anthropic both have, made partnerships with different organizations, Accenture and Deloitte, if I'm remembering correctly. And I mean, there's a bunch of players that have been doing this, a bunch of private equity firms that have been kind of getting in on this and kind of investing money into these sort of AI implementation units. Now, Connor has a spicy take on this that I was reading on LinkedIn, and I was like, Connor, we gotta talk about what you've been saying, because this post has been blowing up, and I think it's making some people mad, but I see a lot of truth to this. So, and basically his take is that maybe what Microsoft is doing is not the right way to do this, which is, shocker, especially when this is $2.5 billion that are about to be spent on this. So, Connor, I'd love for you to maybe explain a little bit about what these implementation units are hoping to achieve, what you think they will achieve, what you think people should do, and if this is all a giant $2 billion mistake.
Total billion-dollar mistake, everybody. Yeah, I love the hot take here, man. This is so. By the way, I did have people from Microsoft, writing to me and being like, "It's not really 2.5. It's sort of like that's kind of like reallocated, but the message is the same." And even people inside Microsoft are like, "Yeah, the headline. Don't really love the headline, but essentially, the headline is essentially. Let me grab it. It's from the information originally. If you don't know the information, but it's expensive to apply to subscribe to, but it's worth it. Microsoft commits $2.5 billion to new applied AI consulting effort, and then says the new unit comes as large companies. And this is important. The new unit comes as large companies have browsed that it can be tricky to configure AI software to their own needs and generate meaningful returns. Jaden, I'll tell you why I am up in arms about this. So it reminds me. So we're working with the big. So AI Mindset works with big companies to sort of transform from a behavioral standpoint, right? Organizations to really transform AI adoption. And I remember working with this huge
that's what happens
oil
when
and gas,
when
energy,
I demo
energy.
Simulus, and that's what I turn into is the DJ.
Doing this big senior leadership workshop, which we do about 3.5 hours.
I just feel bad when I
And at the
find
end,
really bad music.
These folks were talking about when they did their SAP enterprise transformation thing, and they're like, yeah, and remember how we had to keep on tweaking it because people just weren't really satisfied with it and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of paused the conversation. I didn't really want to get involved because it was a conversation kind of among them, but I was like, can I just point something out? Has this happened before? And they're like, yeah, it happens all the time. I'm like, this is what we think about all the time. Every time you sort of have a new system, Jaden, the digital transformation takes place.
I need to
I'm now
include
gonna
one of
use
those.
Salesforce. What happens? I promise you, everybody complains.
I need to include a slowdown.
So
I need to include a slow down, speed up button, and then skip 15, go back 15 button. Those are definitely some features that I want to be able to add, which are super simple to add. I just need to spend the time to do it. I've been focusing mostly on being able to plug in these remote music catalogs and podcasts. But all right, I'm going to step away. I'll be right back.
what do? They blame the system instead of how they work. And so when Microsoft sees this, and I'm telling you, this is what happens. It's not just Microsoft. I mean, it's every big AI lab. It's Google, it's Anthropic, it's OpenAI. It's all of these labs. And I'm telling you, this is what happened. They put out a pilot of 5,000 to a 50,000 person company. And what they say is, everybody's going to use this, and then it's going to catch like wildfire, and then we're going to sell our licenses to the other 50,000. What happens? A fraction of those people use it. It's just truth, right? And the whole point is that they are now getting feedback because they're like, well, what's happening? Why aren't people using it? They're like, oh, I don't know. I just don't like the features or something. And they complain about the thing, which, Jaden, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but it's like complaining about the treadmill. It's like, you know what? I don't know. It's just sort of it's downstairs, or I have to do laundry, or the features. I don't know. The problem is not the treadmill. The problem is you, right? And why? Because we don't like change. We don't like new systems, all that kind of stuff. And everybody who's sitting there listening to the sound of my voice and being like, that's not true. AI is great. It's just people have to be more curious and they have to just find their use cases and they have to. I'm like, you've tried that, right? Has anybody responded to that? In the same way, has anybody responded when you've shouted eat less and exercise to them? It doesn't work that way. So when Microsoft is putting all of this effort, and I understand that there's nuances to this. It's not exactly like they took a pot of $2.5 billion and 6,000 people are putting into this. But what they're doing here, and I love Microsoft. I really do. I'm actually, one of these people that I'm like a huge Microsoft fan. But I keep telling them, like, you're the adult in the room here. Like, you own enterprise. Why focus on it like this, where you're like, yeah, let's come in and help you, like, tweak the systems and work on the features? That's not the problem. The problem is that what they actually need the McKinseys for and the BCGs and everybody else is how to get people to sort of, like, transform how they work. But even that doesn't work, Jaden. I promise I'm going to shut up after this. But even that doesn't work because the consulting model doesn't work. Why is that? Because when the big consulting firms, the Microsoft, the McKinseys, the BCGs, the Bains, the Deloittes, EYs, etc., when they go in, what they are great at is they are great at looking at a system of like, hey, you guys do sales this way. Well, we know that from doing sales in a million other companies, the best way is to do this way, so do it like that. Or you do operations this way, the best way is to actually do it like this, so change what you do. That's fine. That's great. That's called consulting. But coaching is very different. You can't just say to people, hey, be nicer to each other. Or, hey, think differently. Or, hey, be more collaborative. That doesn't come from best practices from other organizations. You have to get people to change their habits and behaviors and everything else. Which is why, sorry, now I've brought it all the way back, Jaden. Microsoft is trying to solve the easy problem. And corporations are trying to solve the easy problem of like, oh, well, let's just tweak the system. When the problem is not the treadmill. The problem is you just don't want to get on that treadmill. That's where I wish Microsoft would put $2.5 billion on helping people to rethink how they work and rethink processes. I just think it's a big miss.
100%. I mean, if you're going into an organization and you're like, hey everyone, you gotta try the new Microsoft Copilot. We're signing it up on everyone's computers. These are all the 10 things we recommend doing. We're gonna do it on all hands every morning and share our favorite Microsoft Copilot-like tip. I mean, that's not how they're implementing this in reality, but like, let's think about it, right? Or we get the engineers in there and we're looking at the workflows and we're trying to like get the Microsoft work Copilot or tools like embedded into the workflows and everything. That's not how you drive the big change. The big change comes from individual people getting a spark and realizing, oh my gosh, look how capable this is. Look how much time I can buy back for myself personally to work on the parts of my job that I like doing. Automate the repetitive, mundane parts. Like, as soon as someone gets that spark, you don't need to spend $2.5 billion to convince them to use it. They're obsessed with it. I mean, most of you guys listening to this podcast are in that ballpark, right? Like, you see something incredible that it can do, and you want to go all in and figure out all of the ways. And even myself, who covers AI all day, every single day, there's so many ways that I discover every day. I'm like, oh my gosh, I never even thought of that. That's so cool. I want to try it out, right? Like, this is what drives the adoption, is people being genuinely excited because they catch that spark. And you have to ignite that spark for people, and you're not going to do it by just going and telling everyone to go download Copilot onto your computer and make sure to go ask it, what time the Yankees are playing at XYZ, some simple little thing, right? Like, you really got to get them to actually get a spark with it. So that's one thing. And the other thing that I think for me is just, I mean, like, it's just so...
Yeah, Kenneth, I want to be able to add in music that it harmonizes well, because there's just so many options right now in the application from the remote catalogs that I'm using that just don't go very well. They don't harmonize very well. And I'll play a couple of them just to kind of sample them. And it's not that all of them are even bad songs. It's just they don't harmonize well. So here are all of the ambient. No, these are the focus tracks. I've already gotten a couple. I've already played some songs that definitely I don't have permission to play. But what I end up doing is YouTube has a feature that allows you to go back and edit those songs out, so that's just what I've been doing. But I appreciate that. I appreciate the concern. One podcast type that I've enjoyed searching up has been vibe coding.
Took a mental note for September, so we'll probably have to record another episode then.
Very good. We're gonna do that, and I can tell you if we did achieve that or not.
Yeah.
I have my bets that we can in certain teams, maybe not at all, up to all at the very least.
I'm not counting success or fortune on the bug. Yeah, it's the freedom that I can do what I want to do, and I simply felt not happy anymore. Only managing a company, but not building something on my own. I wanted to get back deeper into tech stuff, and that's what I have now. For me, it's the biggest feeling of freedom what I have now, because whatever I wanted to build in my life, it's now possible.
Welcome to another episode of our new season of Beyond Vibe Coding, partnering with Impala Search, the go-to tech and executive search agency in Germany. In this podcast, we explore the transformational change in software engineering and knowledge work in general. I'm Sebastian Heidemeitzer, I'm CTO at Norbio.
And I'm Andre, CTPO at Trusted Jobs. Great to have you back. This time we actually talked to a solopreneur who ran a bigger digital company in the past, but is now concentrating on utilizing AI as a solopreneur.
Yes, he shares interesting insights into his ways of working and how it feels to be the only human in a multi-agent company. Enjoy the episode.
Welcome to the show, Uwe. For some of you who don't know, like we talked with Ingo Eichhorst in May on this podcast where he presented a bit on the Eichhorst principle, or where we talked about the Eichhorn principle, and after the show he recommended to talk to you. So great to have you, and before we kick this off, you may want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks first of all for having me here, and thanks to Ingo for recommending me. Also, I know very good Ralf D. Müller, who has been guest on this podcast as well. Actually, I will meet him in an hour about after the podcast. And yeah, to introduce myself, I started my software travel back in 1994 at Direktanlagebank. This time, so it was the first online broker in Germany. Yeah, we were building online brokerage software at a time when most people didn't even have an email address or internet access. Just to get a feeling for what crazy time it was. And then a few years later, in 1997, I founded ByteWorks, a software company, which I run for 27 years with focus on software for banks and trading platforms, so mostly the stock brokerage market. And I sold it a few years before to another software company and stepped out of the company in late 2024. And after that, I decided to step into the business which I did have the most passion in, already before when I worked the last years in Byteworks, and that was the AI topic.
Yeah, that's great. So you just mentioned it. Like today will be a lot about solopreneurship, and therefore actually also fits perfectly to the first point we are always discussing, which is about the tool stack. So can you give us a bit of understanding, like what kind of tools are you using? Like what is your workflow? How do you manage to be so productive?
Okay, so if I would need to put it in a one-liner, I would say my team is a set of color-coded terminal sessions, and I run it by talking, not typing. That's the one thing. My focus is conversational AI, voice AI on the one hand, and I set it up to myself using the terminal with Tmux setups. So I have in each terminal a set of terminals again, also to see the servers running and that stuff as well. The whole thing is set up on a M5 Max MacBook, so I can carry it around. I have another MacBook staying at home, running some other agent stuff, and to have a jump point there as well. And I'm a little bit addicted to Anthropic because I like Claude mostly, or the most, but I have subscriptions running on all the major providers, also simply to compare the competitiveness for the models, and also run some open source models on the machine locally. Other than that, my setup is simply hosted the applications and the staging systems by a German internet provider, and having all controlled with Coolify and the AI, also the rollouts and everything. My code is on GitHub, and I think that's basically it is.
And on how many projects you are currently working in parallel, and how to not getting, like, I don't know, confused by all the changes, updates and so on. So how do you stay on top of all the stuff?
Yeah. So most of the time I am running between 6 and 8 terminal sessions simultaneously, and sometimes it's also 3 or 4 on one project, but sometimes it's also 6 different scopes or projects by its own. As I say, divided mostly by colors, because that's what I can mostly easily recognize, and I simply like to see what the AI is working on, what the agent is working on, or the agents. That's why I have a 42-inch screen as my main screen, and 2/3 of this is covered for the terminals, and 1/3 is for the browser to test and to see the results and that on. And on 2 other screens I have some monitoring for other stuff, and my MacBook is my main input and communication device on it. Yeah, that's it, how I try to cover it.
And how does it feel to be responsible for everything? Because yes, you're operating a fleet of agents, nevertheless they need to get orchestrated, right? Someone needs to provide the context, or is there some fully automated workflows where you actually don't need to care about stuff? I'm just wondering, how does it feel to work on several different projects in parallel? Well, I think we are all used to that, right? But like now with a very compact workflow where you always get bombarded with an answer, and like this happens like in parallel, I could imagine that's very exhaustive.
Exactly, that's what it is, yeah. So I really have to take care that the limit for the productiveness is not the subscription and not that what the agents are capable of doing. The limit is mostly me, I would say. I try to work on a spec level with the AI. I think it's somewhere between that what is called level 3 and level 4, I would say. So I sit down and try to specify the task or the feature what I want to do together with the AI very detailed. I have a setup on my projects, so with feature, bug, tasks, documents in GitHub, where exactly is described what is all needed to be.
Yeah, well said. Well said, Kenneth. I definitely try to utilize my Claude agent for implementation of the vision that I used other AI services to help me craft.
95% confidence before the AI is allowed to start working. And that ticket template covers also tests, it also covers data sovereignty, encryption and all that stuff. So sometimes I need to sit down between 1 hour and 4 hours only for the specification for one feature. But then when I kick it off, then it really runs a swarm of agents.
And of energy.
We switched our home to AT&T Fiber Internet, and it's been so fast it's sped up everything in our life.
Hey, honey, have you finished uploading the videos from our trip?
Already done. Just took a second.
That was fast. Ethan, how was your virtual study session?
Finished in record time. Our tutor says it's the fastest session he's ever seen.
No surprise there. What do you think, Bruno?
Want to stream a movie in 4K?
Go ahead. I'm going to play video games at the same time.
Your family and internet just got faster. AT&T Fiber is here, now available in your neighborhood. Learn more at att.com/internet. Limited availability in select areas.
All right, Kenneth, thanks for stopping by, man. Take care, man. Have a good one.
BetterHelp is the world's leading online therapy service, now with insurance options available in Florida. An average... Millions of people use BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com. Cost and coverage may vary by plan.
I'll be right back. I need to step away just for a moment.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Alright, I think that's where I end the stream for tonight. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you next time. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna head out myself.